Hello, everybody. Happy Thursday. Can't believe it's already Thursday. Well, yes, I can, because this week feels like it's going by kind of slowly for me, personally. I have melted ice cream. That's pretty... I mean, melted. It melted. It was melting, I guess I should say. But I hope everyone's having a good Thursday. I hope you're excited for our fun event this evening. Or afternoon. I guess evening. But I'm gonna do some general, I think, maintenance today, some editing, oh, wait, what the fuck? Wait, the heck? What? Where'd that come from, huh? How can you see this? The heck? What? Whoa. You guys can see my closed captions. I don't know where that's coming from. What? Like, that's just supposed to be on the other screen. Okay, that's there, but it's like in the front. So if it's in the, what is happening? I don't know what's happening. What the heck? Supposed to only be in the other scene. How is it showing up in this scene? Hold on. That'll fix it. Lay so sleepy. I'm always sleepy. Wait, how is this happening? Yeah, I didn't turn my tracking on yet. I don't understand how the closed captioning is on right now. What is happening? What is happening? What? Oh yeah, you're gonna have to turn it off in the Twitch settings, I think. Can I pause it? I don't know how to turn off. Oh, save. Okay. Well, now I turned it off, but it's still there. Okay, but if I turn it, can I turn it back on? Save. And then it's back on, right? Yeah, and then it's back on. Okay. But where is this text coming from? Huh? I'm so confused. Oh, it's gone now. Okay. Well, that's fine. Okay. What? Okay. I think we're good now. Don't really know how that worked, but it did. Dethroned, yes, dethroned for today. I'm just gonna work on some stuff in the background. No. There's some stuff I can't show just yet. But yeah, let me just move stuff around. All right, I'm gonna call it. Come on. Me, arms around me, arms around me. Right there. Hello, boofers.
Oh.
Dude, what do I name the other server? Do I name it like Milk Club Collab Couch or Collab Couch?
Whatever.
I
think both work.
I'm calling it the Milk Club Collab Couch because it's an extension of me.
Yeah.
How you doing, bud? Do you sleep good? Oh,
I slept pretty
right,
good.
sis. I'm glad.
I got a cake today and I was very happy. My mom got me some
Oh, you got a
shortbread.
cake?
My mom got me a chocolate cookie and some shortbread and some millionaire shortbread, and it was good.
Oh my god, your birthday? Happy birthday.
No, she went brunch with the ladies, as
Ooh.
she calls it. And she brought back a bunch of cakes that she bought.
Yum.
And I devoured them swiftly.
That's valid.
And without mercy.
That's valid. So she's... Okay. I'm having to like copy things from that server to this server. So I think we should keep the slaughterhouse and stuff, like Beef and Boof and Slaughterhouse, because that's directly associated. But yeah, the collab couch I think is gonna move.
Well, that's a Milk Club, studios production, so.
Yeah. I like that. That's the Milk Club Studios production.
I really want at some point to like, how like there's like TikToks where those people are sitting at like a table and like talking to each other. You're not late. It's only been alive 15 minutes, and most of that was
no. The RP stream is happening later tonight. Because Pixels was like, people don't get off of work late until like 5.
Arby's isn't open yet, guys. We have to wait.
Arby's isn't open yet. I specifically rented out the Arby's.
I don't even know what an Arby's is. I'm gonna be real. Like, I know the fast food place, but I don't know what they sell. I don't know. I couldn't even be like, "Hey, could you pick me up a burger?" I don't know.
They're the people that are like, we have the meats.
All I know about those people is they make really cool like anime paper fold things. That's literally my only. That is my only exposure to that.
That's valid.
They made a really cool Gurren Lagann one, and Gurren Lagann's my favorite thing on this planet, so.
Just asked to sample the flabby meats.
Is Arby a big back place? Is it a place?
I think so. I think so. Their menu consists of.
Is it where you find the fine women?
I'd say yeah. They have a BOGO on any size fry right now. Thank you for the chicken Kaneko. A little bit of cushion for the pushing. Hell yeah. Music's a bit loud. There you go. Alright. I'm just setting this shit up because I can. Don't mind me lurking while I draw. Does it matter if I show this to the public? I don't think this matters.
No.
Okay. I was like waiting 5 seconds in case like I was saying something incredibly wrong and you're like, Elaine, don't.
Maybe remember you're showing, Discord, so if you want to dip into other servers where people have been posting images of horrible things. Like I probably wouldn't go to the server we're in right now without.
Oh no, the secret fort is the secret fort. That's even secret. The contents are secret.
I know, but should you forget you're streaming your Discord and click on a message in another Discord, that might cause problems.
Imagine someone DMs me, I don't know who they are, and it's just a dick pic, and I show it on stream. I'm like, dude, your penis is gone.
One of my favorite things that I've seen women do when they get sent a lot of dick pics is they take the last dick pic they were sent and send it to the person that sent the second one, and keep that cycle going. Of every time somebody sends you a dick pic, send them the last dick pic you got, because that will fuck with them. Because
okay.
dick pic is not going to be on reverse Google image search, so they're going to be like, "Is that person's dick?" I just sent my dick pic to a fucking VTuber and she sent me a bigger dick back. Like, what the fuck?
I love these. Dude, that'd be so fucking funny. Gotta resume the subathon timer. Guys, we're down to 8 hours. I'm gonna crush that shit today. I will pause it when we're doing the RP stream, but
the RB stream?
The RB stream? Dude.
The RB.
I saw a clip of this show and they're like a person was traumatized and they're like, yeah, the best thing we could do is ERP, and I was like, what? What? What?
Takes off pants.
And it was like they said the meaning of it, which they like said the meaning of it. I was like,
at 7th level.
They said the meaning of it and it sounded legit, but I was like, yo, cat girls wear.
Guys, I'm traumatized. I need ERP. Get my DMs.
That's what I was like imagining. Like, I don't know what it was. I don't know what the person was traumatized with, but I was like, I don't think ERP would solve this.
I think that might, they were actually make the problem worse.
Oh yeah, probably. Okay. I
can't remember what the show was, but there was a show where somebody was going into like diabetic shock because they had low blood sugar, and someone said this guy needs 5 cc stat, and then like there was a pause and it was like, by cc's I mean cupcakes.
Oh fuck!
And it made me laugh, but I have no idea where that memory is from.
Mm-hmm. That's cool. That's funny.
I'm sad. Me and Goron like the last 6 episodes of House.
Oh no!
Shit's getting wild. Like people are like, someone got stabbed. Shit's going down. Like it's
right.
So much.
Mike, you sound like not as good as normal. Do I sound bad?
Well, let me check.
Okay. We did adjust things a little bit with my stuff.
Wait, is it me they're talking about? Because I kind of sound ass.
What do you mean? You sound normal to me. What the fuck? You sound what? Do I sound ass? We did change my stuff a little bit.
I don't know if you sound ass, because my ability to understand sound is bad.
Pixels, do I sound ass in my stream? Okay, sorry. Oh.
Do I?
No, you sound fine, because we changed my stuff.
I'm gonna need to
Is it, do you think? Oh. You think that would fix it? I don't. You sound a bit different for sure. Well, apparently I sound like ass. Wait, actually, I realized Wacky didn't say I sounded like ass.
No, you said as, but I heard it as ass.
Yeah, me too. Trying to think. I'm a woman. It's how it is. Hate to say it, but you're surrounded by psychopaths who won't speak up until I do. And yeah, I didn't say the full word.
He said sycophants.
I don't know what that means. I thought he spelled it wrong, so I just went psychopaths. Close enough, in my opinion. valid.
In my defense, I very rarely hear the stream anymore. I'm always on stream, so
that's valid. But Pixels would Pixels is like right away about stuff. It's like if my mic sounds bad, he'll do something about it right away. So that's not true, Wacky.
What? Yeah, I love
What?
it when there's a word in the define that you need to define.
One who uses what the fuck? One who uses obedient compliments to gain self-serving favor or advantage of bro, none of my friends be like that.
We are not yes people. We will bitch at Elaine. We will take the piss as much as we choose. You should have seen Elaine the other day. Elaine was getting like stray, like
stray
Elaine was
bullets.
catching strays yesterday. It was while we were cooking up some weed.
Yeah, even Pixels, like someone came in chat and they're like, "Oh, you have a nice voice," and Pixels was sitting next to me and he's like, "Oh, they were talking about me, not you," and I was like, "What? What?"
I mean, Pixels does have that radio voice.
Yes, he does, but also fuck him.
Especially, on April Fool's Day, we found out his voice is capable of amazing things.
Yeah. Good capsule hair size.
You need to take that audio and and edit something off TikTok with it.
Yeah. Like, here's a preview of an ASMR as a late April Fool's.
Hope cool.
We could get like fucking anime Droopy, anime girl version of Droopy. It sounds.
Anime girl version of Droopy the dog is one of the most cursed thoughts that has ever passed through my brain.
Hello, welcome. You're welcome. I don't know who I was saying hello, welcome to. I think I was saying hello, welcome to your thought.
She has a name. Her name is Thorks.
Huh?
You said you were saying hello and welcome to my thought.
Thoughts,
I've only got one, man.
Okay.
I'm monogamous, okay?
Basically, ASMR would be good if you didn't hear him snacking every few minutes. He doesn't snack every few minutes. I snack every few minutes. Welcome to sir. Welcome message. None. Right, create reaction. Can I skip all this? Set up automod. None. I don't. I don't need this. Go to dashboard. Dashboard. Burp beard scratch. You guys have very low. I think Wacky's been hanging out with Ghosty too much because you guys have low expectations of Pixels. His mic that he has is so nice that the only way you could hear that is if he actually shoved the fucking microphone into the chip bag to hear it. And the only way to hear a beard scratch is if he literally scratched his beard with his microphone.
Which he might do, if you ask nicely.
$50. What was I doing? Oh, right. I was gonna make an embed. Embeds. Embeds. I only say the best. Can you tell Ghosty that you know where they live?
Where they live, and I know where they're moving to.
Oh! That's a threat. Lovingly. That only Ghosty will understand. Do I sound like ass?
No. It's just like a little bit almost.
Yeah, like an Xbox mic. Why don't we just
it's not like
why don't we change it back to what it was before? What was wrong with what it was before?
It was clipping all the time, and now it's...
But that was because of the compressor, wasn't it?
Yes. But we didn't change the EQ to fix that.
You did edit this one.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like I'm
We
trying
could save it and then like compare. Oh, Bobby spooked me with can open because you're Sprite. We don't have any more Sprite. Can't catch me. I feel like they could. With the length of their leggage
That
per
wasn't me. That was the ghost of the last Sprite you drank.
because of the last Sprite I drank, it's sitting on my windowsill in my bedroom.
Yeah,
It's sitting there.
he's like, she only
I
drank
haven't
half.
recycled them yet.
Bro, do you guys know anyone who does that thing where they'll drink like three quarters of a can and just leave like the can with like shit in the bottom, and then start a new can?
do it later.
Okay, can I set it back to the previous
Drives
one?
me insane.
Yeah, so send it back over to here, and then I mean, it doesn't sound worse.
Wait, does it override it because of how you changed it? Because I don't think they changed it all.
I didn't change it. They're the same right now.
Oh. Several cow varieties? Oh.
I have absolutely no idea what's going on your screen right now. It's a lot of weird graphs.
Yeah, that's the equalizer. That's Pixel knows about the equalizer, but it's hard for him because he can't listen to my voice while changing it, so we can't really do anything about it right now. You guys are gonna have to stick with my Xbox mic. Is it actively changing your mic because it's sounding better? Yeah, it's actively changing my mic. It's better. I just can't fine tune it right now. Yeah, it's fine. That's fine. I'll deal with it later. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. It was really sounding like headset vibes earlier. It's better now. Hell yeah. I know I ruined my life. Not gonna think about how I probably should now again re-record my audio for my TikToks because that also affects it, but I'm not gonna think about that right now. I have a leftover issue. I had that leftover issue until I solved it, but I shoved the whole can into an insulation container so it could stay cold long enough for me to. What are you talking about, Fredo? What the fuck are you talking about?
I was talking about people that drink like three quarters of a can and then open a new can and forget about the quarter they left behind. Because that drives me insane. Because it turns disposing of the can into such a bigger job than it needs to be, just because they can't drink like a little bit of the bottom of the can.
That's valid for me. I've been getting bad about finishing my drinks personally, which kind of sucks because like I don't like them getting flat, but I'm not going to subject anybody else to dealing with it other than myself. Like there was this one point where Sim, my roommate, got these like they were like knockoff ices. If anybody knows what that is. They're just like these carbonated sparkling fruit drinks. And it's their ice, their sparkling ice. And one of them was like it was too much. It was too much. And then I just didn't finish it and it sat in my room half drinking for like 3 months.
Ugh. Must have been growing hair by then, dang.
No, it didn't. It was just there, just liquid.
Nah,
I just did it. I just did it. I didn't want to. I didn't want to. I just didn't want to deal with it. Oh,
yeah,
fucking wacky ghosty. Oh, go ahead.
My friend John Luke does that with cans. He pisses me off.
I mean, that's valid. If you make it someone else's problem.
Like, he'll come to my house, and when he leaves, there were like 3 cans on the side, and each of them, if you added all of the liquid from all 3 of those cans, they'd probably make a full can.
No bad.
My motherfucker wasting my shit. He ain't paying for that.
Just too bad. Back to the comments. Pretty much old soda. It was sparkling juice.
But he drinks it all at his house when he's paying for it.
Oh, damn. Where is... Bro, I can't find anything anymore. What's in my reactives? Okay. The mountain. Oh, but I was just gonna say, Wacky Ghosty, y'all missed it. We had a really cool movie night this last Monday. We watched The Gentleman. It was pretty cool.
Wasn't very gentle in the end.
Kind of was. It kind of was. Kind of. Switch panels, switch promos. I probably should like do this later, but like I want to do it now. I don't know why, but I just want to do it now.
Welcome.
What? What? Why'd you say it like that? You made me think of whale semen.
That's what I said.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Welcome, travelers.
It has a giant jar next to him. What's in that? Did you not hear what I just said?
You.
Yeah, right?
You an idiot? Teach you to speak English in this country? Okay.
It's a very good movie. Really liked it. Good pacing. Oh no, I've been corrupted. Wink. I think I feel like it's the other way around, but yeah, okay. Um what was I thinking? Welcome. I don't know what I'm doing. Coffee, I think I'm dying. I don't know what I'm doing.
I don't know what you're doing either. You never discussed it with me, so
Oh yeah.
at no point did you tell me what you were doing, so I don't know how I can remind you what you're doing.
In the rules, I was gonna make it so that the fucking, oh my lord,
Do you need to sub a boost for
making,
that some of that stuff? I don't know.
not for what I'm doing. I'm using Carlbot to do what I'm doing. I'm not making a banner. I'm making like rule information because I want to have them like a general code of conduct. I'll go. What the fuck? I forgot where it is. I don't make servers. Okay, there it is. Save changes. Delete message. Delete message. Okay. Bleh. Alright. I have the welcome box, which is this will be the reaction role. Because I think all servers should have a reaction role.
I don't know what that is.
It's, you know how when you join a server and then like you have to
No,
like
I
react
know
to
what
something.
it is, but I don't know
Yeah.
how I'd even begin to like setting that up.
Yeah, I had to set it up in my server, so I can figure it out. Baby, reason I have to put the image somewhere. Put it in Elaine's brain, my baby. Oh fuck! I exported it wrong. Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. Yeah. Copy link. Thumbnail. Welcome to the server, please. React below to gain access to the server. Yeah, sounds fine. Baby. Oh fuck. They changed it. Was that a thing to change its icon? What the fuck? Yeah, I can't choose an image for the pick a custom. Oh, oh. I forgot Discord did this. You can have instead of Discord roles just being a color, they can be an icon now. They can also be an icon, I guess I should say. Oh, what the fuck? Why did I do it like that? Oops. Yeah. Baby. Rules or code of yeah, it works for me. Because I don't want the rules to be too serious, but I think that there are some common set. Oh my god, there's a lady yelling at her dog outside and it scared me.
We can hear that.
You can?
Yeah, it was more meowing for a second because of how high pitched it was. Damn.
What the fuck? That's crazy. Now you know what I live with. Well. And then what the fuck? Where's embeds? There it is. Yeah, and then I have to put that in here. Leave money on and put this one. Copy link. And then that's where I would copy this thing. Save. What's up?
Daroos!
Daroos!
You should call them milk manners.
Milk banner? What?
Milk manners.
Oh! Oh, why can't I edit it? Oh, it's because I'm on the wrong one. I would rather... I like it, Picasso. Yeah, I gotta resend this to myself.
I started writing an erotic novel last night.
What? What?
Yeah, because I got talking with a friend about there's really cheesy erotic novels, you know, oh my god, I'm dating the whole hockey team, you know, that kind of vibe.
Aw.
Hey Pancake, I hope
Hi,
you're doing okay.
Pancake. Yeah, I hope you're doing okay.
So I'm writing a story about a cloistered, like, religious girl, you know, going to college and, like, experiencing the world outside of her cult for the first time. And, like, she meets a werewolf that happens to be the, like, leader of the, like, hockey team, and a, like, vampire that, you know, the
Leader
normal
of the
stuff,
hockey
and,
team.
you know, the normal stuff in, like,
Uh-huh.
horrific, like, female Guna smut, you know? It's gonna be glorious.
I'm excited. I want to read it in full. It'll
I've
be the
got a
only
whole,
book I
like,
ever read.
plot line going. I'm gonna talk to my friend
Hell
about getting it
yeah.
published on Amazon.
Legit? That's kind of
Yeah.
fire though.
If Chuck Tingle can do it, I think I can.
Good point. I do it in my server. Do I want to do it the same way? I do like the little icons.
I've been thinking about names for it. I think I'm gonna go for Between Fang and Claw.
Ooh, I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
These are the things I do in my spare time.
I'm gonna change this to Malk Manners. Wish you well, Pancake. I hope you're having a wonderful day and that your food came out perfectly. And that ow, and that you never get bonked in the middle of trying to wish someone well in the middle of streaming. Mm-hmm. I want to do one of like socials. So I'll do like an example of name. Oh, I guess this is what I would do instead of doing. Oh my god, this would be so much easier than me doing the collab document the way that I do it. I mean, it's fine. I just
Yeah, you should do like an intro thing, like you tell people what they need to post. Like you do like a formatted like form that they can fill out and then type in there.
Yeah.
Kind of like intro posts in some servers.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Like
Yeah,
your
that's
preferred
the point.
link,
Ooh,
your
God damn
Fuki
it.
tech, like all that stuff.
Are Fugi techs like permanent, like same?
I think so. I've never had to update one.
Okay, I like it. Okay, so template would be for the I guess name, pronouns.
You should put like username, preferred like name, like what they
I
prefer
guess
to
the
be referred to
username is
as.
hard though, because like what username specifically? Are they like Twitch, Blue Sky? Because Discord you
Maybe
can
like
just see.
maybe like Monica.
Name.
I guess that's
because
a
I
weird
feel
name.
like you're gonna see the username because you do.
Maybe do like Twitch, preferred name, blah blah blah. Because Twitch is
Yeah.
since it's a like Twitch collab like stream. That's the important username at that point.
Yeah, Twitch, and then preferred name, and then like. Yeah. Oh, you.
And you might like ask for like, and then post like a PNG of like to be used in like to represent you in like collaboration like things, like a all-purpose PNG.
PNG for collab thumbnails etc. Best. Yeah, okay, and then that's funny. I thought copy and pasting would keep the kerneling, but it doesn't. That's okay. Ah, great. Oh, I didn't add the Fuji tech. I can add that here. Fuji tech link. Hi, Rhino. How are you? Hope you're having a great day. And then to hyperlink it, I have to do it like this. Work and say, wait a minute, do we have to stop this? Now, hello! How are you? Go. Oh wait, no, that works fine. What the fuck? Why didn't I just do that? Why am I hyperlinking it? Am I okay? Oops. No one's gonna hyperlink their stuff. Just do the link. This one, and then the Fuji tech link, which would be this one. And then an image that best represents le moi. Hi, Garrett. Hi. I think. No, I don't want embeds in this. Oh. Oh, I think that's the thing I can do in the settings. Manage threads. Where's the embed? Well, manage channel, pressure, create invites, as channel, send messages in thread, create public thread, embed links. Allow links that member share to share the embed code. Okay. How's it hanging? It's pretty goob. He's pretty goob. In message, save. Then edit channel. I'm just making a collab Discord for all my friends. In case people forgot. Awkward intro phase and get into the fun. And then the Pentagon. Cool. And the couch is just a general, and then we have socials, and then we have live studio. I'm gonna make up like live studio A, B, and C. Because I feel like that's how they would do it for like actual studios. Yeah. Or we could do emojis. I'm a Big Mac killer, kickback, flipping up a Big Mac, and then a Pentagon. What the fuck? What does licky tongue or tongue out eggplant water mean? Damn, a lot of people must be looking that up.
There are a lot of old people out there that don't know how the world works.
Understandable. Wait, do they not have... They have sparkles? Okay, so we'll do... Copy. I mean, suck on the penis until I spray comes on. Come on, we're all adults, dude. What if I just, what if I took it as, you know, you want to get slobby on my knobby? You know? I think, yeah, we can be all adults, but adults will interpret things differently depending on how you feel. Maybe this was a bad idea, because everyone's going to be like, go to the live studio star, and then there's 3 different stars. Copy. You could do like a star.
It's gold. It's gold star. Other gold star and twinkle.
Yeah, okay, I'll change it. I don't like that the heart changes into the basic one. What the fuck? Suspicion.
Oh, I need to put my Twitch as like an actual like link. I didn't do that. That's probably a better
Yeah, I'm
idea
so
than
used
what...
to just doing like just typing twitch.tv/whatever. That like I forget that I should actually like link it because it doesn't auto link. What other symbol? Where's the alien? I want the alien. Where's the video game alien?
There we go. I think I did it right.
Let me look 1 second. Copy. Sure you did. Yeah, this works.
Yeah.
Gotta be. Okay, now there's 3 different studios. I don't. Oh, I guess we should have no, because there's already chats incorporated, which each
Yeah,
voice
now they're
channel
like built in, and
corresponds.
people need to learn that because it's
Yeah.
annoying. People aren't learning that, and it has been a source of frustration for me.
That is valid. I guess it's kind of because it's like nestled in there. Not a lot of people realize it. Yeah, I guess like permissions, everyone. Save changes. Server settings. Roles. Create roles. What's a C word that would mean buddy?
Comrade.
Couch comrade. All right, I'm making it red. Gotta be perfect. I can't break my walls. Magnolia.
Hello, comrade.
Lol, comrade. Magnolia. Gotta break my walls. Magnolia. Oh, come break my walls. Magnolia. Cohort, companion, chum. I mean, it doesn't really matter, I think. Actually, I could call them. I did call them couch potatoes. Okay. It didn't change. What? 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 It says couch potatoes. Still says couch comrade. What? Comrades forever. I can't change it now.
Is this comrade at the top, but not at the bottom? But not in the actual
Wait,
like
what?
thing. So maybe. Oh, you just need to click off and on the server, and it changes.
Oh. Okay.
That text probably just doesn't like reset as often as doesn't reset as often.
Drug dealing today? That's a hard maybe because Boffy has to go be with his lady, and we got.
It's hard out here for a pimp.
It's hard out here for a pimp. Yeah, then I gotta make it so not everyone can see stuff. Save changes. Who has access to this couch potatoes done? Actually, why don't I just edit the category. No, because I'm stupid. Wrong way. Okay, yes.
You should make the admins of this server called like Mega Milk or something.
Mega Milk?
Mega Milkers.
Well, what if we were the Spudsters?
Ooh.
Ow, 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 my brain, my brain, my brain!
You okay?
No, I'm being
Did someone make you
abused.
do math?
No, Wonky hit me.
You make the
He
same
hit
noises
me,
when you do
Boofy.
maths.
I mean, not far off. Okay. And then edit category, permissions, no. Add roles, couch potatoes, done. Save changes, and then I gotta make the embed thingy. Not the embed thingy, the reaction role. Which I believe manage this one. Reaction roles, create new, use ID. People think I'm bonkers. Copy text. Oh. Copy message IDs. Please select the channel. Milk manners. Add emoji. It's like the check mark. Like the picture. Couch potatoes. Normal. Decorate. Okay. And now. Oh. I want to edit that embed really quick. Edit embed. Edit. Oh. Big dirty stinking base. Dirty stinking rate limited. Fuck. Do we need anything else with this? I think not. I think this is good enough for now for the collab couch.
Maybe we should have like a planning channel where people can talk about upcoming events.
Yeah, okay. The round. This is where you can add people to see if they join what year. Changes.
No, it also makes sense, like, if there's like a popular game at the time,
Yeah.
to have like a channel for like repo, like a text channel for like repo and like stuff like that, like games that like everyone's collabing at the moment, you know, so that
That's
those
valid.
don't flood other places. But
Mm-hmm.
depends how much like time and effort you want to put into this side server thingy.
I don't think a
'Cause
lot.
I think it'd be definitely be useful.
Yeah. Well, I guess I will have to see how much use it gets in general. Invite. Never. Okay, and then this doesn't exist anymore. Hi, Kiwi. Welcome on in. Link. What? Dirty stinking face. Dirty stinking face. Big dirty stinking face. Fuck. Okay. Re-invite. And everybody. Oh. What? What? Is mine and Ghosty's main sing-along song? It's a good song. Coffee showed it to me. I'm so confused. Why is it not letting me do the thing? There you go. Update. That should be updated. Should be all good.
Make sure I get a toy with my kids' meal. Last time they gave me diarrhea instead of.
I don't think Arby's has kids' meals toys.
I don't need no speed. I don't need no heroin. You can keep your speed. You can keep your car. I always forget the order of drugs in that part. If I'm not
Yeah, me
listening to it
too.
directly.
Do you think this message sounds okay? I just sent it to you in DMs. Good song to randomly sing while playing Minecraft. Hell yeah. No. I don't know why I said no to that last one. Oh well. I don't think I'll need any more headers, to be fair, so.
You should probably do anyone and everyone.
Oh, with...
Instead of anyone twice.
Words are stupid. What the fuck? Wait, why did I send it to you twice? Oops. Boy.
Well, that was when you first invited me to the server.
Yeah, but like, there's 2 of them in here.
Yeah, but you just sent another one with the message you just sent.
Yeah, but like, on my screen, there was like 3 Discord links.
Oh, I only saw 2, so.
Well, that's because he doesn't know the order of the drugs. He wants all the drugs at once. Or he doesn't need all the drugs. Same diff.
I'm also not currently listening to it, so.
Oh.
It makes singing something a bit harder.
Yeah, when you're just guessing. Dun 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 na na na.
We need to get like a really nice art of like all of us on a couch. For the new
Yeah, we
server.
do.
And also just because it'd be nice.
Yeah, because I was just gonna, I'm gonna use the picture of the couch that I have and just slap that bad boy in there for now. Oh, I didn't change it! You told me to change the anyone and I didn't fix it in the... Whatever.
You can take a horse to water.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Hey girl, shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me. Oh, never mind. I'll just have it at what it is. Nope. Girl, shake it for me. In order to get that ball rolling on the other side, we're gonna have to plan like a collab for next week. Oh, my neck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Green tools, just put that there. Skip. I do have different versions. I don't listen to this song right now. I want to listen to this emo song again. Ugh, because I can't. Who is this? No, it's fine. What do you mean? I didn't just make a server to fix that. Fine. We're editing videos now. That's what matters. Okay. Let's see. You already approved some videos for this week, so I can put those away. Art tips. All of V. No, V highlight.
You're getting too good at like making the videos now. I don't have anything to say every time.
It's okay. I think next week I'm gonna start changing up how I do roll for fun. I want to do like 80s commercial.
Ooh.
Is my plan. So I have to make like a
Kinda
new
like-
logo. And...
Kind of like how Papa Meat like themes all of his videos.
Yeah. Yeah, I essentially want to do that. And it'll be cool because it'll be like a new experiment for me, which I think will be more exciting for me to try. I'll have a logo. Fuck.
God, an artist that I really, really like is open to doing VTuber models.
I don't need no speed,
But the
no.
problem is,
I don't need no heroin, no
my
thanks.
VTuber model
I don't want no coke, not
is of
today.
a dude, and they
You can
specialize
keep your
in women.
ketamine. Yeah, I'm the baseline junkie. What?
So it's not really an opportunity I can use for myself. But remember that artist I showed you yesterday of the ghost girl?
I think so.
The one with the static.
Oh yeah.
It's the artist of that art. They're open to doing full models, and they'd. Sorry.
I think I just realized. No, go ahead. No,
Pixels is sending me some funny messages about
no.
situations.
Dude, I just realized that Cabal might actually be an artist, and I think I was supposed to put him on V highlight, but I already made the episode for V stars. Nice Mewtwo. I think that was, yeah.
That was
Mewtwo
Alien.
there was both the Mewtwo and an Alien.
I didn't see the Mewtwo. Man, you're brave looking for someone's like Twitter.
Yeah,
Especially Cabal, who has more of like a.
I just wanted to know if I could grab a logo because I need a logo, but I think I might have to grab an emote. Probably should hide my screen. There we go. Now it doesn't look worse. Definitely doesn't look. What you're working on? I'm gonna video edit in a second. I need a PNG or something, and I don't know if they have one. Oh wait, what's this? You don't know if Cabal has an icon, a logo. I want to use this one. No, it's got a background. Fucking bitch. Could we remove the background? We could, but the outline is black and the background is black.
Also,
Why
some people
blur
don't
we
really.
want-
Also, like, it might
ahead.
be like considered rude to edit somebody's art like that.
Yeah.
Artists can be a bit touchy about that sometimes.
Yeah, they did. Also,
Especially
I get that
since-
you might want to see the naughty pics, but maybe Twitch doesn't. Which is a buzzkill. I'm kidding. Bro, I kind of feel like I fucked up now that I realized that they do draw. I mean, this one's a silly one. We could do this one. Feel so fucked up now. Didn't realize that they were an artist. Oh well. We'll save it as an oopsie whoopsie kind of thing. I don't think anybody's gonna care. I don't think anybody knows the difference between V stars and V highlight anyway, so I don't think it matters all that. Oh, yeah, that works. I'll have to go back to the thingy. I need to be in the bottom left. Open recent. Uncheck all of these. And then boop. And this one. I believe tomorrow's already Friday. Are we wheeling tomorrow? Are we gonna wheel and deal tomorrow after D&D?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Alright, wheel and deal. Right, that's what I'm doing. Bottom left. 0.73. Boop. -415. Cool. Timeline, create subtitle. Single create. It's using the wrong font now. Can't wait for that timer to get down to just a couple minutes and then shoot right back up. Me too. Me too. It's so small. The font's so small. The font's so small.
Sadly, I'm incredibly poor now.
It's okay. I you already paid enough. You're cut off.
And I don't get paid till Monday.
Well, you're cut off, so you're not allowed to have. You're not allowed to do anymore.
We need to get Elaine to play a horror game.
Nerd.
Man, I'm gonna be honest. I spent money unwisely. So even at Monday when I get paid, I'm probably still gonna be poor.
This is why
I've
you're
already
cut off.
spent some of Monday's money. I need to go pee. Be right back.
Okay, have fun peeing. Oops, I need to do all of it. Scoot it all. They're not scooting. Why won't you? Oh, because of you guys. There you go. Ew, why are you lagging? Ew, stop it. Ew, okay, I'm relaunching you. You know he's not gonna wash his hands? I know he's gonna wash his hands. Poppy's a great. Poppy always washes his hands. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, my eyeball. Eyeball broken. Oh, what? My eye. Okay. Oh, I have to make TTS cheaper for today. Come on, come on. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, my eyeball. Okay. Hopefully, it'll be okay now. Content creation. There we go. And then exclamation point because we're happy. Let's do this. Oops. I'm gonna fix this spelling. And then probably this as well. And this. And then remove this word so it's all clean. Boop. Hi, Rainer. Did I write one of these as the intro? I don't think I did. Oh, come on. Let's see. Come on. 2.7, cropping to be 78, 924. Change speed to be 150. Do it like this. Like that. Hmm. Mm-hmm. 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 You'll see all V, position, zoom, crop, apply, retain. I think that's all the same, so I think that's fine. Did I change this? I didn't. Change speed to 150. It's a little bit faster. And then we'll just scoot it. I don't think it could be zoomed out a bit too. A bit. A bit. Yeah. I'm gonna do this one. Confident. Let's see. Okay, and then this one would go here. Why? Let me remove the audio from it. And then we scoot it. I want to just start at the beginning, actually. And then we'll crop it here. And then we do up, and then and then Koala is definitely one of the most recognizable. Let's do this one, I think.
Hey,
Hey! How's it going?
pretty good.
Have a good piss break?
I did.
Hell yeah. I might change this. This one can go here. This one can go here. I said essay, right? I did. Okay, cool. Mm. And then video games. What did I say over here? Horror games, and I chose a Minecraft clip. Oh my god. What have I done, buffers?
I don't know, bro.
This is what I get for not paying attention to what clips I download. That was cool. Moira! Hey, baby. The star of the show has arrived. Come here. I want huggies. Oh, oh, big baby. Oh, I love you. Oh, I love you. I love you. I love you. You're cute. She's already pissed off at me. I don't care. I just want to love the heck out of you because you're my baby. I love you. Moira, you'll never be a mother, so you'll never understand. But I just need to hold you.
Rubbing in her face that you removed her ability to reproduce.
I didn't remove it. She was removed before I even knew she was born. They can apparently take him at pretty young. I didn't know they could take it before 3 months.
They're supposed to take it as early as possible because once it starts making hormones, taking out is more problematic.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because
the same as with dogs, you need to remove their balls pretty quick, or it can be an issue.
Buffy, I need you to say that it's okay that I put him in the wrong that I put Cabal in the wrong category.
It's okay that you put him in the wrong category because he is a star.
Ooh, okay.
You know?
I like it.
An artist can still be a star, you know?
Yeah. It's just, yeah. We're just gonna leave it at that. Yep. I don't need to counter. I don't need to counter your comfort that I asked for.
I was gonna say, you gonna argue with me, man? Tell me something. Fuck you.
Sounds about accurate, though, for our friendship sometimes.
What do you mean? Nothing but nice friendship. Nothing but happy time.
No, we're kind of devolving. How dare you tell me what I wanted to hear?
It's not even what she wanted to hear. What she wanted to hear was, what she deep down wants to hear is me to say, no, you're an awful person. But I don't believe that, so I'm not gonna tell her that. But that's what she wants.
Smile.
Elena's built to deny all happiness. So she needs people around her to shove it down her throat.
Smile. Hey, if it's consensual, fine.
Well, you gotta make it weird, bro.
You always make things weird!
I don't know about that.
You always make things weird, and the one time I tried to make it weird...
I know, that's why I like doing it. That's why I said it. Because the hypocrisy makes it funny.
It does.
Just-
What you laughing over there, punk?
Oh, it's just I love when I'm on stream with somebody talking about things, and everyone's got some heinous porn on my other screen because I just got an art finished.
Is it the one you showed me the preview of the other day?
No, but that one is
Okay.
finished. If you want to see the full thing,
I do. I love porn.
just make sure you're not streaming Discord.
I'm not. It's on my other monitor now.
I go find the character in my list.
Did this not download with audio? What the fuck?
Then it.
Hey, but 1 second. 1 second. I look at the porn in 1 second. The fuck? Did I make that too fast? Nah. Oh! Wow. Wait, is this the static one?
Yeah.
I like it. The castle. What is porn but not art in pure perfection?
It's this character.
I like her top and her proportions. Good proportions.
Yeah,
I like
she's a Game Boy Advance.
It's very cute. I
She's a
like.
Game Boy.
I like. Aww. Aw, she's cute. It reminds me of something that I watched on Newgrounds at one point that I can't show you right now because I'm working. You could totally be like a Sadako streamer though. I believe it.
That was the
I see
idea
it.
that there'd be like a streamer that like does like retro stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because like they can only. Because in my brain, ghosts can like interact with like analog stuff a lot easier than digital.
Yeah.
So like they'd have like CRTs and like original SNESs and like that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just a ghost. Because this character like was kind of born out of the idea that eventually no one's gonna be able to like watch the Ring video. It's like if somebody handed you a like cursed VHS today, right?
Mm-hmm.
How difficult would it be for that curse to get you? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I mean,
that
hey,
shit is basically a haunted paperweight at this point. Like,
that is very true.
the odds of somebody having a VHS player that works at this point is slim. So I thought about the idea of like a ghost type character that like really likes like retro like stuff, and like they have like hobbies of like refurbishing old consoles and like that kind of stuff.
That's cute. Yeah. I like it. I like it.
Also, the character was designed by Basil.
Oh, that's cute.
But because it's hard to show on the like original like image, here's a like animated version of the hair.
Oh, I like it though. She's cute. I like her cheeks. I like that she's got kind of like chubby cheeks.
Yeah.
I like chubby cheek characters.
Me and Bad will have extensive conversations about how, like, noses, like, non-standard noses and, like, face shapes are, like, nice.
That's why I have a nose on my VTuber.
Then below. It's just like...
Mikey, that broke my brain. I was like, I was looking for something, and then you said that, and my brain like honed in on what you were saying so hard. I forgot. I forgot that I exist.
I just jingled the keys.
Jingle, 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 jingle. Why do I have no Adderall in here? I've been, because I don't know. So I have a doctor's appointment in May. And I haven't been able to fill my prescription lately, so I'm like running low on Adderall. So I'm like, okay, I have to like spread out when I have it now. So usually I don't take Adderall on the weekends because it's just the weekends. But now I have to like spread it out even further. So I only take it Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. Because Wednesdays we're vibing. And Fridays is D&D day. And by the time...
Yeah, I feel bad
I
we
do my
missed
own thing
Wednesday
over.
vibe time, but we had Tuesday vibe time, so I don't feel too bad.
Yeah. We had Tuesday vibe time. We're hanging out a little bit today, you know? And, I had an art day yesterday of going down the insanity loop again of my
I
background.
might just be a permanent fixture on your streams after a while, so...
Yep. My cat's just loafing, but I call it rotisserie chicken mode. It's like a loaf, but they have like all like they're like their legs aren't tucked. And it makes her look like a rotisserie chicken. Just looking out the window. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. I need vitamin D because it's fucking... Apparently it's so cloudy here that like even if you work outside, a lot of people have to tend to take vitamin D supplements here, and I think that's crazy. Because it's
I have
always
to
so
take vitamin
cloudy here.
D.
I think vitamin D. Well, vitamin D deficient. We need that D in us, bro. We need that D in us.
I'm at a distinct lack of D right now.
Would you, if you had the choice, would you receive or give?
In what context?
Like, would you do the butt sex or receive the butt sex?
I think it would really depend. On my mood? On the person? I don't know.
No, that's valid. That's valid.
I don't really think I fall into one or the other category.
That's valid. Because, like, as a guy, you have the choice inherently, you know? Because you have the doer and the doing, where I don't have the doing. Sometimes I wish I had the doing.
You can buy it on Amazon.
Yeah, but then it's like, you know, like it's a whole extra thing. Like it's like built in. it's built in.
It's built in and it's got haptic feedback.
It's got haptic feedback. It's crazy. Imagine if you could turn that off. Imagine if you could just turn off your dick senses. With a little switch. No more. Making a cup of... What time is tea time in the UK? What time is that?
I'm usually about 3 p.m. to 2 p.m.
I'm making tea at tea time. I guess my tea time, I guess. Yo, yesterday after I got off a stream, I went to go talk to Pixels, just, you know, because we like debrief each other on each other's day. After I get done streaming, and I walk in, he's dead asleep on the bed. He was like honked out. I was like, hey, You good? You gonna take a nap? He's like, I would fall asleep at my desk, so I'm gonna take a nap. Like, okay. And then I just kind of like hung out near him, and then I ended up falling asleep. And then at midnight, he's like, hey, isn't there stuff you wanted to do? And I was like, but eat. But I want to eat. He enticed me into the eep. So I had to set up like the closed captioning, and I wanted to re-render stuff, and I was like, eep. But eep is so good. Okay, I gotta change. What is this? Okay. I'm down for this. Save, close. Okay. I think that's good. You know, I was just thinking about it, like, I wish VTubers had, like, a media kit, like, video games have press kits where they have, like, high quality screenshots and logos that people can use for marketing stuff, and I wish VTubers have that, but I understand why VTubers don't, because of people who will, like, try to steal their and copy their designs. I'm just
Yeah.
like, damn it! Damn it! It makes me upset. How can a content creator like me, who just wants to share the goodness of other VTubers, share high quality stuff if everyone's just cucking me? Cucking me, I say, cucking me! I don't even like getting cooked.
I was about to say, does anybody like being cucked? And then I remembered that there's literally a whole thing.
Yep.
It's literally a whole thing out there.
Yup. Oh, this is the wrong one.
Crazy shit.
Crazy. Lob on my knob. Crazy style. What's happening here?
Yeah?
I went to look up something and now I'm very confused. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I just can't. Words aren't processing in my brain. We were having like scheduling check-ins with Havoc because Rain is custody child, so they have to like change stuff sometimes with how
Yeah.
we do our games, and they were like, we're gonna do this, and I was like, what? Words are hard. You know what? I kind of wanna, while I have you for like another hour,
Yaw.
I kind of wanna bring you through the ringer of trying to see how you feel about it. I should show you the TikTok. So I want to make Roll for Fun into like an 80s logo. Why can't I access my own TikTok on my other Google Chrome account? Why? Ah!
It doesn't want you. It doesn't want you to. You abuse it.
I don't. Maybe that'll help. Hi, Aunt Gabo. Hi. Hope you're having a wonderful day. What do you mean it's not available? Can I just can I go to TikTok on this thing? Lurk meeting time, have a good meeting. Okay, I can go to TikTok. Okay, what about going to my profile? Okay, cool. Wait, can I show chat? Can I show chat? I think I show chat. Oh yeah, okay. So this is the video that I commented on. And my what the fuck? My comment has 3,000 likes on it. Why? I was just being a silly little guy.
What did you comment on?
So the makeup bag reminds me of like a hobo sack. You know, like in the old cartoons, the hobo sacks, like little picnic baskets tied onto a stick. So I was like, to be honest, and so it's like a self-adhering thing and it can carry a lot of weight. So I was like, cool. And I was like, to be honest, I just want one of these so I can put my snacks in it and pretend to be a little hobo like in the old cartoons. It's a 3K likes. This is a makeup bag. This is not even my main account. And I kind of regret not posting it on my main account. But this account is just for me to be a little guy and post stupid shit in comment sections. Rise. Rise. Okay. Anywho. Make an 80s logo. Oh my god, famous. No famous. Just a lot of people like that comment, I guess. Okay. So there's this person, if you ever want to watch it, I'll put it in the fridge. But it's this person made all of their friends' gamer tags into like 80s inspired logos. I think that's really cool. And it's what inspired me to maybe make Roll for Fun into an 80s inspired logo. Now, if I'm honest, chat, what are you doing? That is a horrible noise. Out my window. My window. Me. My autistic window. Stop. Coffee, they're not listening because they can't hear me.
Oh. These are cool.
I like the Sweet VT or Sweet TV one is my favorite.
I was actually watching that one happen as you said it.
Yeah, that one's my favorite. That was my favorite one. Now, I'm not... Oh, fuck, it's almost 3. Okay, I'm just going to speedrun posting stuff really quick and while I talk about this. Now, I'm not much of a... I think I can do minimalist logos very well, but I don't know if I could do an 80s logo really well. So, if I'm honest, fuck AI. But I do also want to see what its culmination would be to if I took Roll for Fun and made it into an 80s logo as inspiration. Because I don't have that kind of knowledge. So I'm putting it out there. I'm sorry, chat. Fuck AI. I just need inspiration. And I think that's okay. I say as I quake in my boots. Quake in my boots.
Oh, hey, Garrett.
Oh. Yeah, Garrett's in here. Where is... What happened to the... I'm so not used to people calling me Mark. I know, like, I feel like at this point I'm choosing to call you Boffy.
At a point, everybody called me Bossy, and then Gore started calling me Mark, and then everybody just kind of started calling me Mark as well.
Oh, hi, Mark.
See, that's why I avoid that.
I'm sorry.
That was a devious laugh.
It's because I know you. I feel like it's like the one thing. Like, it's like me with Body and calling him a wawo. I know it's gonna piss him off. And it's like the same thing with you and that. It's like, I know it's gonna piss you off. I was tired of different people calling me different usernames, so I just said to call me my real name. That's valid. Only like a handful of people know my real name.
Yeah, just anybody who was ever in your chat for like a while, you know? It's...
Yeah. But, I mean, I prefer Elaine because I myself can say it. I don't know, I have this autism thing where I can't say when I say my own name, it feels disgusting.
Elaine used to do, like, current content in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, Elaine used to raid.
Ah,
Uncle
yeah!
D,
I used to
Buffy
be
Mark.
Uncle D, Buffy Mark. It was worse when I played Final Fantasy 14 because people call me Warrior of Light name and the other people will call me my real name and it was bad. My name was my
Elaine
VTuber
was,
name is my
yeah.
Final Fantasy name. Can we look? I could. Was
Elaine is the Warrior of Light.
I
You don't
am
get
the
it
Warrior
twisted.
of Light. This is me. It's me. My character. This is me. I'm why am I on Scholar though? I'm a tank main. Right? Oh, I was probably leveling Scholar because Sage was coming out. Let me find my loads done. I remember when I used to like playing Final Fantasy a lot. I liked the Twitch panel where you could show your lodestone. I thought that was kind of cool. I have minions. I have 155 minions, which is pump change compared to some of my friends. I have some of the cool mounts. Some of the raiding mounts. Like the car. I have the car. Sky Slipper. I don't remember whether the other ones that come from like the big raids. I never got the axolotl, which kind of makes me upset. I quit before the new expansion at the end of Endwalker. I didn't finish the 24-man raids when you where you fought the 12. That's valid. Yeah. Links are cool here. The fuck is Faceware? The last time I played was 2 years ago. It's crazy. That was me. This was you. Ah, I see. Different name, yeah. Oh, Lord. Oh my god, you almost have everything capped, though. I only have Paladin and Gunbreaker and White Mage. And,
Why did I log
and
off as
armor.
a fucking red mage, bro?
I don't know, dude.
I don't even like that class. I was just playing it.
That's how I felt about Scholar. I was like, why the fuck did I log off Scholar, dude? I play 24/7. Like, you have no idea. Oh yeah, no, it was a big mood.
Apparently. How do I link mine?
You just at the top, you just copy and paste the website link.
I did, but it said my, which was, I assume, will just put you to yours. So there we go.
Oh. Look at Bobby. Oh, you were Ellison.
Hell yeah.
No, I didn't know that.
Ellison females unite.
I like making, I remember I made Sim once into, like, a soft Ellison boy. And people were like, what the fuck? Because I like making Ellison boys soft looking, baby looking. Cactar. You were on Cactar. You were on Balmung. I was on Excalibur. Technically, I started on Famfrit, but... I was big in the RP community and held events with my FC, and it was a lot of fun. Whoa, that's cool. I was a big raider. I did a lot of raids. I was a big EX raider.
I was on the server, and then vShojo made a clan on our server, and it ruined everything, and made it so that you had to wait like 5 minutes to log in every time.
Yeah.
Because it became like the go-to VTuber server, and it was the worst.
Yeah, that makes sense. Changed my last name, my XIV, when I quit, so I couldn't be found anymore, because a good chunk of people I was severely friends with became so... No, that's valid. Final Fantasy, at the end of the day, is kind of toxic.
I really want to play this again, but I don't know if I have the energy to sit and play it as long as I used to, you know?
No, same. Like, because the thing I liked about it, personally, was, rating. And I don't think I could sit for that long and do that anymore.
I wish I could, like, change my glamours from here.
Yeah.
How many minions did you have?
155.
156! Fuck you!
Damn! I'll log in just to go to the market board just to buy one, dude. No, I'd have to get a sub, god damn it.
Gotcha, bitch!
God damn it. Wait, can I see? I can see. Oh, you bitch. Wait, what about 247? We both got fucked. We both got fucked. 247.
I know.
156.
How many mounts did you have?
Mounts? 71.
Oh, I'm at 41. You're beating me on that. You spend more money than me.
I just did more raids. I did more raids,
Yeah.
I think.
To be fair, I didn't care for collecting all of the like unicorns and shit. That didn't.
Yeah, that's just boring as fuck. Gonna be off work soon. Sounds good. I have a lot of FanFest exclusive too. Yeah, the one whale mount. Do you have the whale mount? I have the whale mount. Do you have the whale
I
mount?
wanted the Butterfingers mount so hard, but it's so annoying to get if you're from the UK.
Which one was that
Because
one?
it was the one where you had to like buy a Butterfingers and type in the receipt code.
Butterfinger FFXIV.
My girlfriend
Oh,
bought the fucking.
what's this one?
My
it's a
girlfriend
chocoper.
bought the fucking pizza eating emote for like $50 on like online, like because I'm from the UK and she's from America, so when like there's an American she's from Canada, so whenever there's like a like region specific thing, she usually wants to buy it.
Damn, big rip. If only I knew you guys back then, I would have got it for you. Cause that's what Sim and I would do. We would buy we bought extra Butterfingers so that way we could share it with our friends that weren't in the US. So when FC got me the pizza emote, I was so happy. I don't even know if I got the pizza emote. I got the chocolate chocoper, and that's all I kind of cared about. Oh man. I just want to sit in Final Fantasy and ride my mounts and play with my minions.
I just picked a mount. When it comes to like things where like you collect like 1,000,000 mounts, I just pick one and I'm like, this is my favorite. I'm gonna put the effort in to get this one, and then you can then everything else can fuck off.
That's valid.
And
I feel like I used the Gobu the most.
my favorite one was the Portly Porksy.
Yeah, that one was cute.
And I also like the Great Serpent of Ronka.
I don't know if I have that one. Alright. Dude, I worked so hard for the Regalia Type G, the fucking Final Fantasy crossover with the other Final Fantasy. The Final Fantasy car.
And then they just gave
That shit was
it out for free,
hard.
basically.
Yep.
Because I have it, and I totally didn't try.
Where's my other Gobu? Where's the Elders? Where's my Gobu? I can't find it. What the fuck? Am I blind? Well,
One of
I
my
like the green
favorite
Gobu.
one of my favorite mounts was literally just Argos. And it's like
car's
it's
so
just a
fun.
mount you get for free.
Yeah.
Ooh, I really like the Ufiti, the like monkey that carries you.
I don't think I had that one.
Oh,
I liked
and
the T-Rex one was funny.
and my Falcon. I love my Falcon. My little car. My little speed racer.
A little speed racer. The Final Fantasy, the Eden raid one was weird because it was just Eden. It was kind of weird.
I did the Eden raids once, and I'm never touching them again. I hated those raids.
That's valid. I liked them.
Those raids.
I like raiding.
Oh man, I had such a bad experience with those just because the people I was with.
Oh yeah, the people make it or break it. Like you don't. I just started dating Pixels when I was at the end of my Final Fantasy career, and I would cry about it so much. He's like, I don't understand why you're playing a game that makes you so fucking sad. And I was like, the mounts, the minions.
Don't get me wrong, I loved this game when I played it. It's just. Oh.
I know I had the fat black chocobo. When the fuck did I get the fat black chocobo was an Amazon exclusive. How the fuck did I get the fat black chocobo? That one would be my favorite if I knew I had that one. What? I miss doing Eureka and Bajra, yeah. And PvP is so weird now, on God. Do you have the Twintania mount? I do have the Twintania mount. The fight, though, that triggers me the most in Final Fantasy, because I remember I did it exactly 64 times in order to get the, I think the mount, to clear it. It was the fairy one. No one has it. That's valid. This one? Fucking, I can't listen to the music. It'll fucking make my brain explode.
this raid
Titania?
was
Oh my god.
this
I
raid
miss
was
playing
good.
Final Fantasy. Yeah.
Well, not raid. This is like more of a dungeon, but you know.
Yeah.
I love when you had
Miss
to
playing
run
Final
across that
Fantasy.
thin bit of like ground to get back and to
Mm-hmm.
get, and then everyone would fucking fail it because they're idiots.
Mm-hmm.
I was very
I like
blessed in my run through because I was a Omni gatherer and my girlfriend was an Omni crafter, so we could basically access anything.
Ooh, uh-huh.
And she also played a healer at a very high level, so I
Ooh,
was just like fast tracked for everything because she
Yep,
was because we could like our queues were like instant. so
Oh
even
god,
though
the
I played a
Shiva
bard,
mechanic. Mm-hmm.
even though I played bard, just I could get in those healer queues.
Hell yeah. The healer queues were nice. I mained healer for a while and then I went to tank.
I played bard because I was lazy.
I never really played DPS. Sophia, I hate you forever. I didn't play Final Fantasy when Sophia came out.
Man, you know what I love? The fucking Nier Automata raids. Those are cool as fuck.
Those were fucking cool. I did like those, and I like that they gave us like the 2B outfit. Everybody was fiending for those 2B outfits, bro.
Yeah, those legs are like a staple part of the culture now.
Mm-hmm. I made Bard and Healer. I made 3 classes only: Paladin, Gunbreaker, and White Mage. 'Cause White Mage is just so easy.
I made Bard and Scholar.
Scholar's good. Scholar's like really useful.
Scholar's really it's just a really good class to have. Not gonna lie. Also, because I'm a fairy.
I just like Swoleen was a very funny meme with that as well that I liked.
Bro, you don't know how fast if I played today, I'd be a fucking Hrothgar lady.
Oh, I believe it. I fucking believe it, dude.
I wouldn't even hesitate.
Do you know Lahi? The emote,
Lahi?
right? Lahi. I do like that in Final Fantasy, though, a side thing, that there were only specific areas that Lalas could get into. I think that's very interesting, and I like that a lot. I just want to post this on Twitch, or on Twitter. I don't think he has a blue sky, so I'm just gonna post it here. Oh man, you guys are making me miss Final Fantasy. I can't go back, though. I'm too poor.
Also, you have like things to do now.
Yeah. I'd probably play it a lot more casually, but the call for raiding would call to me so bad. Oh, my cup is too
Don't worry,
hot.
we'd call you back.
Yeah. Elaine, we got weed to wheel and deal. Aww. What?
To song request, there's a request like command thing.
There's a channel point
point
redeem and you just type the name.
because people will literally walk into channels and then type /song request N-word 5,000 times, and they'll just do that as a bot.
Yeah, I don't know if they were a bot yesterday, but someone did that and they were like, they posted it and they're like, hi, and I'm like, hi, that's not how that works, and then they never said anything again. I was like, okay, bye. Okay, bye. I hope Gore's doing okay today. I've been thinking about them a lot.
They're at the doctors. They're doing alright. They're doing their errands. Like the final prep before they do their like surgery stuff.
I just hope it all goes smoothly. As smoothly as a surgery can be. One of the streamers I was watching is being taught Final Fantasy on Fridays by Ariel and sometimes Haruka. That's cool. Part of me wants to go back, but it's such a fucking
I'd maybe set up like a day a week to be like Final Fantasy Day.
Yeah.
But paying like a full membership for once a week is not great.
It is Spotify only, but if you send me the song name, I'll play it. Because the browser doesn't go to Twitch, I think. I think I had to check.
Yeah, if you just tell Elaine what you want, she'll find it on Spotify.
Yeah, because, yeah, the browser doesn't go, so I could play whatever. Oh, wait, isn't that? I think the long fall is on there. Yeah, it is. I got you. Pretty sure it's this one.
Oh god, this fucking song. Yeah!
Yeah! Hi, Joker!
I love all the edits to this.
I do too! Wait, hold on, I gotta make it better, wait. Wait, oh, it's jelly. God damn it.
It's PB and Jelly.
Oh shit, you're not in it. There you go.
Did you see the live show at the concert? Because that was crazy.
Yeah, yeah. I love that they were all wearing like shirts that like represented each of the classes. That was great.
God, this is dangerous. Don't make me
I
reminisce.
know. I know. I can feel it. I can feel my credit card shaking.
I have to move servers though. That's the biggest thing, you know.
Well, you could, but you could also just play on other servers now that they have like worldwide. Like you can just play with other people in other.
Yeah, but that shit is like so
regions.
awkward.
Do it. I'll do it for you. I'll go to you. What's up, gamer? What's up? I see my HUD in front of me and my figured beginning to hit all the hotkeys. I'm staring. I play with controller, and so I'm like side-eyeing my controller. Like,
Yeah, I was really impressed by how well you did, like, fucking your class. I forget what the class was called. Gunbreaker with a
yeah,
controller.
I love Gunbreaker. Yeah.
I tried it once after watching your stream, and I was like, I can't do that.
Heavy breathing. We're all here recovering addicts, just like fucking just shaking.
It is really fascinating though how many like people that I know today were just doing the same thing at the same time, just in different parts of the world.
Yeah, right? Oh, fuck, dude.
What was your favorite expansion story-wise?
I'm only gonna have to say Endwalker because I skipped the story of everything else. The
Yeah,
only story I watched was Endwalker. Endwalker because I cried. And yeah, I did cry too. I liked it
feel
a
like
lot, personally.
everyone's gonna say Endwalker just because of how well Endwalker takes from all of the other previous ones. Like,
That's valid.
it's like the capstone, like a perfect capstone on it, on everything. Like it has aspects of Heaven's Ward, Shadow, like Stormblood, Shadowbringers. Everything is just like brought to a head in that one art like thing. So I feel like it's hard to say anything else.
That's valid.
But Shadowbringers was like my favorite time playing the game, I think.
I would say Endwalker because I quit after the story was finished. I felt like the 7 years I played yeah, I also enjoyed seeing my son off and on grow up and become an honorable man. That's valid.
I feel like I was satisfied after Endwalker.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, there's more to do. And like there's like the gods and like all that stuff happening, but I feel like I'm about that was when I was ready to retire.
Right, yeah. Name these wrong?
Settle down with my Final Fantasy wife. And
yeah, and like I get the idea of like, oh, now we can explore outside of the place that we're in, but at the same time it was kind of like what the fuck? Oh no, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Oh, I'm a day ahead. What the fuck am I doing?
my girlfriend used to play like religiously, like She would be the one in our group that would like organize things because
Mhm.
she wanted to play more than everyone else. So she'd like basically like harangue people into things because she
Mhm.
wanted to do it and nobody else would play it.
That's cute. I played 6 to 8 hours a day when I had work, and then I was off. Then I'd be 12 hours a day. Consume my life. I essentially, for a while, lived as my warrior life because I was that immersed. No, that's valid because I started in college. So I was doing homework, and then I'd raid, and then I'd go to sleep, and then I'd wake up and I'd go to class. And, like, I would only sleep for, like, 3 hours. And then, like, COVID happened, and I gained so much more time to play Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy was my COVID game.
We played the song from Alexander. What was that called?
Uh,
Oh god, I'm really bad at remembering some track names.
I haven't listened to them in so long.
Like the like final Alexander fight. What's it called?
The Locust? Yeah, it is. Forward and back, and then forward and back, and then go forward and back, and then one step forward.
I
What the
love
fuck is
this
it called,
song.
though?
Like, we used to play this in our house constantly.
Yeah, same. I like the one that Hades had. Look at.
Oh, my girlfriend was the world's largest Emmett Selk simp. So don't even start.
I'm not. I just like the song.
No, but
I just like the football falls and Who Brings Shadows. Emmett Selk is a crazy man. He scares me.
I had to learn so much lore about that man because of how obsessed my girlfriend was. Like she just talk about it constantly.
I don't even play and I know the song. It's a good
Bro,
song.
I'll be honest. The moment when I was sitting with my girlfriend, because I played a lot of the story like before her, I didn't spoil anything for her, so I'd like do it with her afterwards because she was quite busy, so she only got around to doing it like every now and again. But I was like vibrating as I knew that Emmett Selk was about to appear again in the fucking Endwalker scene. Like I was like, she's gonna go fucking nuts. Because she was already crying from like the walk up to that place. So
Fucking great, dude. Okay, this was Tuesday. I didn't highlight. Okay. Nope. Is it? Oh no, it's exponential entropy, isn't it? And back and then
there
forward
we
and
are.
back and then go forward and back and then one step forward. Oh yeah, dude.
Oh, the fucking Lahi, by the way. As a like gatherer, I spent so much time in that fucking zone.
Looking out of curiosity, no! I'm back.
It makes
I just
Elaine disappear.
Yeah, because I get bullied and okay, please don't at me. But we used to go to RP club nights. There was a line dancing. People made. Oh my god, really? I would go to RP nights too. On
I
God,
used to love when
would
people
too.
used to perform like emote script dances. But like they'd all
Mhm.
like organize at the same time. That was crazy.
Push mode. Oh dang.
There was like
I'm
a
so big.
nightclub that everyone used to come in from like other like data centers to like hang out at.
Yeah. Balmung was a hot place to be for events. Yeah. I just like checking out
That's
housing. I was a big housing
big.
girly. Yeah, I don't know why it's so big.
That is also
I
140%.
actually yeah. I actually used to I made money. I once had like a client that kept moving houses, and they're like, "I'm tired of paying you in Gil. Can I pay you in real life?" And I was like, I guess. And so twice they gave me like $50 to decorate their house, because I did the whole like actual like I have a card for it even, I think.
Yeah, I remember that when I first saw your thing. I was like, "You design houses in Final Fantasy?" I wanted to commission you at one point.
Yeah, it was a whole thing.
But my girlfriend was like, "No, I will decorate."
Oh yeah. That makes
And
sense.
she ended up downloading like a bunch of add-ons to make decorating easier.
Yep.
and-
Yeah. Did she use Skittles by any chance?
I don't know.
That was like
There
the
was
main
one
one.
called like something about the house or something.
I don't know that one, I think.
I don't know.
Oh, did I archive them? Might have deleted them. Or are they on the other place? I used to have. No. Back and then forward and back and then go forward and back and then forward and back and then forward and back. Oh my god, I have to do a verification thing to show I'm not a robot. I'm tired of these. I'm not a robot, but I'm tired of them. Okay, I don't want to do this anymore. I'd rather just show the pictures that I have of it. I used to love taking pictures in Final Fantasy. I was a reshade girly. Yes. Yes, look at me. This is my character. Ah! You're so cool. My VTuber was based off of her, actually. My very first one. And there was this modded dress that I really liked. It was this one. I just wanted this. That's all I wanted to be as a VTuber. Yes! Yes, dude. I love the pictures I used to take in Final Fantasy, bro. I'd sit there for hours just getting good pictures. Oh, I'm rotating it. I'm not going to fucking. Oh yeah, and then this trend where you would like make yourself like a little like RPG figure, dude. I love that. Especially because like I had the modded, like I had a mod that like made it so you could like custom like pose each appendage. Don't get me started. Pandemonium. Yeah. I think Pandemonium was like the more liked one after a while. Yeah, the figure meme, and I did it as a paladin, dude. It's great. Fuck. I'm fucked up. I'm fucked up. Oh yeah. Fucking rating picture. Raid picture. G-Say Divas, where you at? Dude, fuck.
Final Fantasy rating screens always looked so funny because you'd have the people who were like fancy gear, and then you'd have just the like uncle on holiday, like with his Hawaiian shirt on. You'd have a guy literally just cosplaying as a Namazu. Like, just...
Yeah. I remember me and my raid group, the last raid group that I had, like, we would try to be themed. Like, every week would be, like, a theme. I miss Final Fantasy. God damn, I miss Final Fantasy,
forward
dude.
And back and then forward and...
Forward and back and... we gotta listen to Footfalls. Oh, god damn. Yeah, housing. I don't know what house I was the most proud of. I think the one that I got paid real money for looked like the most, like, this was like a modern house that I did, and it was like, it was a lot of work.
There was a guy.
There was a lot of white fucking partitions.
There was a guy who made a burger restaurant, and their house must have had like 200 of those like cat burgers that you could buy in the online shop. And I'm like, how much money did you spend on this, my guy?
Hell, fucking yeah,
you could only get them
dude.
from the in-game, like the purchasing of the app store, like the store.
Yeah,
So, like, I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah,
bro, how much did you spend?
yeah. Oh, this one was fun. The small house that I decorated. This was my house. I liked my house before I moved. One reason I quit FFXIV was because one of my best friends stole my missed medium house when I was taking a break from the game, and he refused to give it back to me when I came back, and we were friends. That's crazy! What the fuck? Housing in Final Fantasy is dastardly, bro.
Bro, the fucking
That's
lottery system they have going on now is wild.
I don't like it.
At least when it was like first come first serve, you could like feel like you're putting effort in.
Yeah.
And now it's like lottery system. You just wake up one day and you're like, didn't get it.
Yup.
You wake up the next day, didn't get it.
Yup.
And each one held up your money. So if you wanted to bid on multiple houses, it would cost twice as much.
Yes, sir.
So you couldn't like put in multiple bids and then be like, whichever one wins, I'll just pay that.
I honestly miss when
That's
users
too
could sell
much.
houses. I remember. I also remember the housing prices were crazy. I made so much money off of just decorating people's houses. God damn, bro. God damn. I miss Final Fantasy.
We had a medium place.
Oh my god! Yeah. Go for it.
We had a medium place in the new place in Heavensward.
Mm-hmm.
The cool, like, newer place that came out.
Mm-hmm. Dude.
Oh, for sure. I'd rather, like...
Yeah. Dude, I forgot I had a raid group called the Peaceful Outcast. If someone were to look at my Twitter account and scroll as far back as they could, they would see my posts as the Peaceful Outcast. And it was, I used to, like, have a raid Twitter, and I made photo cards for all the members. I can't look at this anymore. What the fuck? Oh yeah, Ishgard, yeah. Ishgard.
Yeah, I used to have a medium in Ishgard. And our house used to be bigger than our guild house, and they were pissed off about it.
That's crazy.
We used to have a better house than our guild, and they would be, like, pissy about it. And we'd be like, no.
No. Ah.
I mean, my girlfriend practically ran that guild anyway, so...
Yeah. That's valid. Sorry. Man. Man, why we had to talk about Final Fantasy today? I want to go play Final Fantasy.
You're not allowed.
I know, I'm too poor. Pixels.
Not only that, it's just
anyway.
it's destructive. It's destructive behavior.
it really is though. It really is.
Elaine, you have people that care about you.
Yeah, we all do. I'm glad Pixels isn't here. Pixels will be like, don't. He'd be yelling at me. NFC used to have a fun event called Dwarf Week where we all turn into Lalafell and we go into houses that only Lalafell could go into and we make up stories. Oh, that's so cute. And the people who didn't Fantasia had to babysit us while we caused havoc. Dude, that's fucking great. I love the shenanigans that like Final Fantasy would like. I love the community aspect of Final Fantasy that it has.
I'd log in and find out my wife is now a child. And I'd be like,
Sometimes you just want to be a small Lalafell.
I used to be like, not sure how to feel about my wife suddenly becoming a child. I'm might file for a divorce if this keeps up.
No!
I don't want to be like, yeah, and this is my wife, and then it's a fucking
This is
2-year-old
my
walks around the corner.
wife. That's valid. Dude, I remember having like a raid member that was like addicted to Fantasia. Like they would Fantasia almost like daily. It was crazy. A lot of money. All right, we gotta stop listening to this, guys. We gotta go back. We gotta go listen to something else. All right. Well, whatever. All right. Sorry, chat. I just had to confer something with the council, with a council member. All right. All right. I gotta do the logo thing later. I need to catch up on uploading our beef and boo videos, bruh.
Bop, 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 bop.
No, not that one. I want Lena's video. Man, now I feel bad. Okay, well, karma, I guess. Spoop. Eating all my pancakes. Charizard, why you eating all my pancakes? Eating all my pancakes. Why you eating all my pancakes? I couldn't find a clip of him going crazy over, forward, and back, and I put a couple clips of the streamer playing FFXIV in the for the first. Thank you for sending this to me. Is this sarcasm? Does a smiley face mean sarcasm?
Depends who sends it.
You sent it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. We're already live and it's like, oh, fucking, I'll message Kazuya. Charizard. The song is just kind of that kind of autism that makes it a banger. Yeah. Yeah, I was waiting for Bobby to be like, what the fuck is this? Charizard. Charizard. I don't even like Pokemon all that much. I just like the song. One is once he gets an ultimate, he gets to take Ariel through WoW, and when he wants to do a VTuber version of that big WoW hardcore thing that happened recently. Oh, that's insane. That's a lot of work and a lot of commitment. Rest in peace to them. I think everything's been posted for today. Yeah, VOD. Yeah. Oops.
Gucci bell, Gucci bell, Gucci bell, Gucci bell, Gucci bell, Gucci bell.
Like how you're quietly singing it. I don't know what I'm doing. I've been shine 12. Okay, so that one's up to date. This one can be hid. Camera action. I didn't. Did I post that one? I don't think I did. I think that's the next one. Control Z. Oh, apparently it is. Azul is next, so that one's updated, and then the Vibe and Shine. And then my VODs. What's up, bro?
I did a Minecraft hardcore thing once. We did the Amish challenge. Not Minecraft. World of Warcraft.
Excuse me? What does that mean?
What?
What does that
Amish
mean?
challenge is where you can only use items crafted by your party members.
Oh, interesting.
And you can only use like healing items crafted by like an alchemist in the like Amish guild. You basically can't use anything that isn't like your own thing. It's really difficult, and it's permadeath. And it makes even doing like the most basic like dungeons extremely stressful. Because
that's valid.
certain like gear tiers are kind of behind different, progress. So if you want to
Yeah, no,
go to a
that makes
place where
sense.
you can mine iron, you better have gear where you can fight the stuff in that area if they want to fuck with you.
That's valid.
And like level working especially was a bitch because you had to kill stuff to get that shit. So
That that makes sense. That's an actually pretty interesting challenge though. That's pretty cool.
we got to like level 40, I think, before we stopped because we just got bored.
No, that's valid.
Because honestly, it's a lot of work.
No, yeah, that sounds like because you're not using all your resources. You're just using the
it's just
resources
taking a
you
game that you're
yourself can.
enjoying and making it way harder.
Valid.
Which works, but like eventually you're just like, I just want to play it regularly now, but like I miss when I didn't have to like grind for 5 hours to make a little bit of progress.
Yeah, that's valid. That's what happens when you kind of fall behind in MMORPGs. A single day. I don't know what to do now.
I've got about 17 minutes left.
Yup, and then we'll have to miss you.
Until I'm scooted away into girlfriend land.
Yeah. Let's look up. I'm gonna look up cursed AI art stuff. Not really.
You have a whole bunch of that just in a server channel,
I wanted to know. I want to create that logo I was talking about, but like, I don't know how to fucking do it. 80s fun styled logo with the words roll for fun. Hi, Kiwi. Thank you for the wellness check, Kiwi. These are shit. Ew, why are they all only pink and blue? Elaine uses AI to think of ideas. Everyone else uses AI for poo-poo stuff. What the fuck? Internet. Playful. I find it interesting that everything has, or a lot of things just have AI in it now.
Well, I mean, why would you do it the hard way when there's an easy way?
I guess.
That's how a lot of people think.
I guess. Bob Coca-Cola. Oh, fuck. What is it called? Man. Oh, I looked it up on my phone. That's why I don't know what it is. Oh, I just looked up 80s logos. That's all I looked up. God damn it. The AR 80s. Looks like 2 CRT logo. Retro 80s versions. Modern logos reimagined as vibrant 80s aesthetics. Yeah, so it is the 80s. Retro 80s. I want to make a retros 80s, so that's what I'm going to do for the next hour. While Buffy leaves us to go hang out with his lady. Off of work and back on the Empire grind. I hope you have fun. Maybe that's what I'll do for the next hour before our RP stream. That's cute. That's actually really cute. What the fuck? sweats and how cute it is. Okay, fuck off, Canva. Canva, you suck. How do I want this, and I don't know how do I tell an AI that this is what I want? I like the YouTube one. What is this font? Okay, wait. Okay, so we have to deconstruct here, chat. Gotta look up a font. Font finder. Do you ever like have someone maybe talk near like where you are, like in your room, and like maybe someone's like outside of your room and they're talking, and do you ever just have that moment where you're just like listening? Ooh. Yo, that looks like that could go on a t-shirt. That's cool. Verosa? What Verona? Verona font? I think Glow Wave is the aesthetic you're looking for. This is why I love you guys. Bafi's got knowledge that I don't have. What the fuck is why did you laugh so evilly?
So what knowledge that you don't have?
Yeah. Oh no, this is like a synthwave. I want more like 80s CRT TV kind of thing. Let me download a virus on my computer 1 second. Cool. I have no knowledge. No, I have to ask you about, we ask you about video game stuff. Oh, the Twitch one's kind of cool. Grand Theft, dude, if this was Grand Theft Auto's logo, dude, it'd be so cool. Hook hand, peg leg. Counter-Strike 2, Minecraft. I like Minecraft's normal logo, but that's cool. Google. Cyberpunk 2077. This one's actually fire though. Spotify's cool. Cartoon Network. That one kind of looks like the way the Cartoon Network one is. These are cool. Who made these? Oh, this new Discord one is cool. That's cool. Okay, so we'll take inspo from this guy. I hope you have fun with your girlfriend. I hope.
What colors are you looking for mainly?
I think keeping with the color scheme I already have, so I mean, I can send you the logo. Roll for fun. Kind of like red and orange. That's what we originally had. I forgot I made a whole ass D20 for this. Okay. But they have like, they're using like different fonts, aren't they? Yeah, they are. I think Verona would look good though. Linkin Park looks pretty fucking sweet. Dude, how do they do that? How do they do that? I need to talk to Andrea because I think Andrea would know how to make a animation that would look like that. God fucking damn it. Motherfucker, I'm a goddamn frog. Whoa. Dude, I want to put that on a shirt. I didn't download it. I didn't download the font. What the fuck? Why did I have to okay, motherfucker. Motherfucker has been said in my chat before.
It probably only recently got added to the like trip list.
Oh, I guess maybe. Oh, I don't remember which one I was referencing. I think I was referencing the YouTube one. I like this one too. Oh, the other day, your girlfriend followed me on Twitch, and I was like, oh, honored. I felt so cool. I'm in his face, and I said, have you checked your butthole? Skid up on a butthole. I am nothing okay. I'm not gonna ask me. Check out the butthole. I have ideas, chat. Think. No, I think it should be. I wonder if this guy has resources on how he made these logos. Follow. Oh shit, he made an icon pack? Yo, that's kind of fire though. That's it though. There, you can't learn how he does it. That's upsetting. I don't like it when people don't let you learn how they do things that are very unique.
Oh, they like that it's unique.
I know, but like, what if I want to learn how they did this? This is so cool. I wish I could rebrand to be like an 80s, like, retro
Okay.
VTuber.
I'm being summoned.
Okay, goodbye, friend. Have fun. Tell them I say hi.
Will do.
Bye.
Oh, there we go.
My fucking Google Home went off. I'm dead. Bye, Mark. Bye. Bye, Mark. Bro, I want to vent on stream, but I can't. I can't because I'm trying to be good. I'm trying to behave. I'm trying to behave. This already kind of looks retro. What natural is like? He's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. I strike 2. Dude, that's so cool. That's so cool. That's so cool. Ah, it's so cool. I will learn. I'll learn. I got this. I'll learn. I think I know what they did here. They kind of did like each separate letter and then they kind of like. Okay, do I have the Roll for Fun original? I think I do because I think I want to grab the dice. The die. I think the vertical formula was the first one I did, so that would have the original dice icon. Yeah, it does. Okay, so I don't think because it's a CRT, the smaller numbers wouldn't be here. I'm pretty sure because like you wouldn't be able to see all that. Wait, can I turn this off? Happening. Okay, it's in here. Did I not split up the numbers? I didn't. Oh my god, why didn't I do that? Such a fine and natural sight. Bodies beating in the moonlight. In the moonlight. It's very interesting to me, to like do like a previous era's logo because it's so different than what you think about today. Like a lot of logos today are very minimalist, and I feel like, you know, with a lot of 80s logos it's very much the opposite than what they want to do now. And so it's kind of like I feel just because like this is just how it like kind of is in today's generation is like I feel like I'm like reverse engineering my brain to think about how this logo should work. I think all these would have like a black border though. I also think the 20 might have a different. Oh, I also thought the Chad, I forgot I had to work on a commission. Oh, I'm not late. I just wanted to do that today. Prize. Oh my god, I got your commission. Really? I get so excited every time I get a commission. Oh hecky. This is fine. Let me look at the. Oh, it's such a cute design. Yeah, I'd happily do this. Let me DM them though. Only difference is for like people. Can't spell anything today. Wondering. I thought I have to check my services now because I thought in all of them I ask if I can stream them because I stream me working on stuff. So I feel like I have it in the other ones. Yeah, it's this question. Okay. Screenshots. Hamburger, Big Mac Whopper, hamburger, cheeseburger, Big Mac Whopper. Garden change. Let me edit these. And then, yes. Not wow. Whip. But formal work is okay. Oh no, this is, I'll just add a new one, add option. And then NBA required C fee. Let's put this in like a notepad so I can just copy and paste it. And also, I need to remove these now. Yeah, I'd rather do it like that. Save form, publish. I forgot Gabi Lynn has kind of. Ooh. Do you think I could be an 80s CRTV kind of person, Kiwi? I don't think I can. I think I'm too baby. Oh, I know this person. I saw their TikToks. I've seen their TikTok. I think you've sent me their TikToks. I think it's about. Ooh, oh, this is so cute. I love it. It's so cute. I want to redo my panels again. That might be an endeavor I go down soon. But I don't know how I want to do them. No, that's a lie. I do know how I want to do them. There's they were cottagecore, yeah. I want panels kind of like this. Not as detailed, but like I don't listen to the song. I have to look it up. I think I have to look it up here. These ones! Oh my god, they're so cute. So I think I'm gonna have to do these ones at some point. I think that's what I'll do after RP stream. I think I'm gonna try to do this. That one's fine. Actually, Hopecore and Solarpunk might fit you too. What is the aesthetic of Hopecore? Because if Hopecore has an aesthetic outside of like because I don't know what Hopecore is exactly, other than the shitty meme edits that I make. But if there's like an aesthetic for it, bro, we should do it. 'Cause I'm Hopecore. I have hope in this universe where other people may not. Pieces. I think this is a combination of Delulu and aggressive optimism. Is there like, do you know any like UI examples of it? I think that would be cool. Okay. Okay, that one. Sock babies. Boop. A lot of stock photos with colorful text and some stylized anime art, like those YouTube video playlist thumbnails. Okay, interesting. Interesting. I to be honest, I didn't know that Hopecore was a thing outside of like just like video editing, I guess. That's very interesting to know. I'm gonna remove this. I actually don't want these anymore. I don't think it matters all that much. Overwhelmingly white. I'm gonna hold me accountable. It is empty and I'm getting. Actually, fuck. Ah! I'm clicking too many buttons. Let's change this question. As a person, but first, from the previous verse. And that's not okay. I don't want to explain that away. Not singing this song. Oh, okay, it didn't. Okay, thank God. Didn't know what I did. Live to regret it. Time was changing. And hold. I forgot which one I just edited. God damn it. Okay, so this one's good. Repo's good. Hamster good. Sock baby good. Popsicles. Not good yet. Okay. I've been totally awful. It's not in the shock. What's up is vaguely shitty. She should be. Can I publicly stream the work with credit? It feels like taking a break in nature, just a breath and a break away from reality, not fully dissociating. Oh, I really like that. Showing off how you are a writer. I really like the way you put that. Oh my god, I'm doing all of these wrong. Whip shouldn't matter. Waveform. I wish I could just copy a question. Put it in other ones. Little dumpies. Yeah, that one's good. Wait, no, dumpies had the wrong question. I'm a sheep. Beep, beep, I'm a sheep. I said beep, beep, I'm a sheep. Beep, I'm a sheep. I said beep, beep, I'm a sheep. Beep, I'm a sheep. I said beep, beep, I'm a sheep. I'm a sheep. I said beep, beep, I'm a sheep. Beep, beep, I'm a sheep. I said beep, beep, I'm a sheep. Beep, I'm a sheep. Beep, beep. Beep like a sheep. The Heimberg emote that I just did. Okay. I'm great with describing feelings because autism makes it so I can only recognize the sensations and not the actual emotion. I struggle with writing visuals because of my aphantasia. No, that's valid. That makes sense. I mean, that makes sense to me. I just realized not all of these had the things set correctly. Cow, meow, meow, meow. I'm a cow. Sheep. Beep, beep. I'm a sheep. beep, beep, I'm a sheep. I said beep, beep, I'm a sheep. Request form. This one's fine. This one should also have it. These two. Yeah, that's fine. Publish. Request forms. Be second. Feel like ooh, I need to put like examples of this on here. In the streets. No. Okay, that one's good. About okay. Okay, cool. Me screaming internally, don't mind me. I had to go pee. I go pee. Okay, no file, save as. F logo V2. Sounds like the poster child of Hope Gore. Interesting. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick before that song plays. I'll be right back.
Mother made my words 10 times cheaper. Will you abuse this gift or raise my status as a favorite child?
I did. I made it cheaper for today. Because you know, we have that fun little interaction happening with chat and like the text box and stuff. So I thought it would be nice if I discounted it for today. So hope you guys like it. But the cooldown is still the same because I think it gives me like room to like at least talk and react to the chat messages. Because I'd feel really bad if like we had the chat and then like I couldn't respond. I guess, if that makes sense. What is this? What is happening? I don't know what's happening. Hello, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Happening. Okay. Hi, oh my god, hi, I'm here. Hello. I was just about to work on commissions in a second here. I just wanted to edit this really quick. I'm so excited. I'm glad. I'll work on sketching it. I can work on sketching it right now. Before RP stream. Don't know. I wanna will to leave this world. We have to do 2 art commissions technically. But we'll work on yours first because the other one's for my friend, so don't even know. It's in emotes, and I can't read. It's not alphabetical. I'll watch this blind and deaf if you'd like to. I don't mind if you watch. I do all my work on stream. Your model's adorbs. Thank you. Thank you. Be back. Now I'm back on my feet. Needs to go in here. Save. Comedy. I need to download. I need to download the thingy. Ah, I thought it was like this song for Hope Core Kiwi or where is it? I'll find it. Where is it? Oh, I went too far down. Ah, here it is. This reminds me of the oh fuck, what is it? Oh, they did a tutorial on it. Oh fuck, okay. Open like a new tab. Oh my god, I know what I'm doing later. Where is it? I bookmarked it, didn't I? Did I not? No. Hold on. I thought I bookmarked it. No, where is it? On Blue Sky? Might have liked it on Blue Sky. Gotta drop us some donations, BRB. Check the fridge for what I'm donating. Hell yeah, I'll check it out. Thank you for the alert, Kiwi. Ah, it was on here. It reminds me of this. These like arrow buttons. Which I kind of want to mix this vibe too. Okay. Alright. Fridge. No! Maincoow sub. No, donate it to me. Donate it to me. No. Okay, and then the blush. And wabbits. This is so cute. This model's so cute. Is that the... I don't think that's the song you wanted. Is that the song you wanted? No, it's not. No, thank you. It has J. Cole. Oh no, it has Jimmy Cook. Yeah, I don't know. I fixed it. It'll happen after Dramamine plays. So the mouth is a tooth. This is what they wanted, right? I'm not... No, it's a hyper emo. They wanted a hyper emo. What am I doing? Enter logos. There you go. Oh, let's just do it one by one. Now we start with frame 1 to sketch out the drawing. Being added. What is this? I don't know if I spelled the gulag. Gulag is spelled with a U, isn't it? I think I spelled gulag wrong. Oh well. It's probably a good thing I didn't spell it right, to be honest. This one, this one. This. Something like this. Let me zoom in. They do. Let me put it on my pure ref really quick. I'm putting them on my pure ref. So excited for when we get to do the squig painting stream. I have to set some stuff up, but I'm kind of excited to just do a thing like a hands-on craft for you guys on stream. I think it'll be pretty fun. Always on top. Okay, there we go. I can see this better. Okay. And then like this. This I think will be its own strand. I haven't made a hyper emote in a bit. And then one this way. Rabbit. It's just such cute art. So pretty. What is happening? I'd make some crack to the song. Presuming that is the reason why I have been given the song. I should recognize one of them. I'm worried. Okay, and then they have the back hair. This back hair will probably stay very similar throughout this whole thing. And then this one, there'll be one here, and then is that Papa Me? Was that Papa Me, bro? What the fuck? That was crazy. What the hell? They keep taking from us, father. What the fuck? Was that Papa Me? What the fuck? This is crazy. I gotta do a little bit of this on the forehead. And the headband here. So good. Okay. Probably won't add the pearls just because it's gonna be so tiny. But we could do like the neck thing, and then sleeve. Song is such a mood right now. I think it'll just be like the sleeve. I think having it be the sleeve because you're not gonna see that much of it. I think maybe we won't do the collar because it's got like no neck. We can do the sleeves. We can actually do the sleeve like this, I think. And then we can have like the lower. I love how low the top of the dress is. It's so nice. Okay. And then they have like little frills. It's like so good. Yeah, I think that's good for the sketch. Okay, now I'm gonna move this. God, I haven't heard this song in forever. I love this song. Yeah. Oh yeah, Mr. Krabs. The Moo. Dun 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 dun. Oh, I don't like that. This is my level of autism, guys. If you ever wanted a good descriptor of what my autism like, it is this. This song is me in my entirety. Me at my purest form. And it needs to be like this. And then close curve. Wake up with a smile. Bed at night with a dream. Node. I'm turning 30. I'm turning 30. I'm turning 30. I was 27. I did build in Vietnam. I was 27. I built a birdhouse with my mom. Oh, fuck. How am I 30? Used to make fun of those boomers, and it just spread a bit too much. All these fucking zoomers. Like me, I'm out of touch. Ones are poisoning your minds. I'm turning 30. I'm turning 30. Stupid friends are having stupid children. Yes, it is. It's from the Bugs Bunny video that has been removed. I think, and I could be wrong, I think I used to work with the sister of the person that edited that video. Like, I think her brother made that. Like, I think I worked with her. Because I have this, like, because it was very late at night, and there was something that she said after that night that I was, like, not okay with, so I kind of blocked that night out. But I very much remember that she was like, you know that popular Bugs Bunny video with that rapper? It, like, my brother edited that video, and I remember my coworker being like, yo, what the fuck? That's crazy. And me being like, I love the color palette in this. This is so cute. I'll say anyway. There's a day to find you, lying away. Okay, I think I got the hair done. Take on me. Take me on. Was this one necessary? It is, okay. Okay. I'll do the outfit next. I'm sorry. Take on me. Take me on. I'll be gone. Oh my god, this design is so pretty. The fact that they want an emote from me, I'm honored, bro. Why is the thing not doing the thing? It's because I think because I'm on the wrong brush. Oops. Look at the sleeves, yeah. Oh my god, they're so pretty though. Say. Take on me. Take me on. I'll this is just a lighter color. So it can be 6. I prefer it if it was like a darker color to that. Yeah. Unfortunately, the sleeve will have to be simplified. I keep wish it was the on emote so I could make it more detailed. I should probably tell Pixels what I did. Fast as lightning. Also, this is the wrong color. Oh my god, I was not ready for that. That keyboard jump scared me. I wanna dance with your body, hi Kiwi. Thank you for your noble sacrifice to the Milk Club and not to the Gulag. Also, did you understand what I meant by Addy? I'm asking because I said that to Pixels because I realized I probably should have told him that we're gonna have a mysterious package come in whenever you decide to send it. And I was like, I sent him the Addy, and he's like, what? I'm like, oh, the address. You know, maybe it might be smart to tell your roommates when you get something from people. It only feels right, what, to not sacrifice them to the gulag. The gulag. I did this wrong. Guys, okay, never mind. I was gonna start talking about the RP stream, but I'm just gonna go in and pretend I'm confident about it. That's what we're doing. That's the plan. I need to copy this mask. To be honest, I'm surprised you aren't guys the type to send everything to a PO box. We have a really good mail system here. We have one of those what are they called? Fucking mail delivery kiosk things. We have one of these where it's kind of like a big like storage thing, and then people drop off packages there. They don't drop them off at the mailbox. They drop them off there. So, I don't know. Or do a lot of people have PO boxes? Not a PO box type of. I've never had a PO box. It'd be kind of cool if I did, but not. dance with somebody. Ooh, in the heat with somebody. I wanna dance with somebody. Oh, somebody who loves you. He would. How do I do sleeves on hyper emotes? Oh, we have one of those group. Hi, Candy. Yeah, it's like a group mailbox. Yeah, we have one of those. So maybe that's why. I don't really know. I'm not famous. I'm not famous yet. I don't have one of those. Oh, I usually have like a thing. Somebody. Somebody. I don't think this would work like that. I get a lot of PO boxes from patients at work because a lot of rural areas. That's valid. I don't know. I think like I don't know. Maybe it's because I trust you, and it's kind of like I mean I don't think you're gonna do anything with the address, so it's kind of like So confused how I'm gonna do the sleeve. Oh, I think I should have done the sleeve like this. I'm supposed to go behind the desk. Could be another one of these situations. Like hurts. Somebody who loves you. Too poor to surprise you and ask Pixels. Too poor to surprise you and ask Pixels to cook for me. Plus, I have to put in my. That's valid. That's so. See, you're not too poor. It's the government. The government's fault if you think about it. Or it's your job's fault because they don't want you to have enough money to be able to surprise us like that. I'm gonna be honest, guys. How was you? I was playing Reaper with Zoe and the others for a bit, and I forgot I had mods that made me a god to locate all items and monsters, and I did turn them off for the next time. I'm glad. Yeah, that sounds a little OP, but I'm glad you were able to turn them off so it didn't affect anybody else. But I hope you had a good time. Yeah, I had a bit of work to do today, so that's unfortunately why I didn't join, but I hope you have fun. Bam, 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 bam. I think this is pretty good. Have you seen the plans for the repo update? I don't know if there's more than this, but I saw that they were gonna add it so that way, bosses have an overcharge. So it can like, if you are fucking with it too much, it could kill you, like off the bat, for in late game. But outside of that, I don't really know if there were any other updates. So if you want to tell me about them, feel free to. I'm very, I'll be honest, I'm very lazy when it comes to game updates, even though maybe I should be more into them. I just got out of work a few minutes ago, and I was holding the fort shop when my boss and his son was gone for a few. Understandable. Understandable. I don't want to add, like, their necklace, but it's not, it's gonna look weird when it bends over. Na 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 na. Cena. So cute. This character's so cute. Alright, let me just adjust the eyes on all the other ones and I grab a blush. Squisho mode, you got it, Cap. Hello. Hello. I might finish this commission and then get into the RP stream if that's okay with you guys. We did it later in the day. My plan was doing the RP stream later in the day because Pixels made a really good comment about how like PST like a good bit of people might not be off of work by the time I wanted to do it. So he was like, you should wait until like the afternoon. So that's what I did. So I hope that's okay with you guys. That's what I was talking about. I think it's a good way to nerf bullying the monsters without nerfing progression. I think they're adding a couple new monsters. Yay! I saw they were adding that new like modern the modern like museum map. I remember that one. But yeah, I don't know much else about it. But I like the devs a lot, so I'm sure whatever they do, it'll be really fun and cool. Okay. Cool. Okay, now the next thing to do is we're going to start modifying all of this. I'm going to start with the hair. Okay, and then this one is even more extreme. Also, I just want to say I love you guys a lot. Like, I actually love you guys a lot. Like, I take a bullet for you guys. And thanks for letting me chase my dreams here on stream. That's all. That's all. Thanks for coming to my TikTok. I think I might add... No, I think that's okay. And then I need this one. I'll become famous one day, guys. Don't worry. And then I'll pay for everybody's bills. Thank you for the wellness check. I will drink water in 10 seconds. Do you love us to take care of yourself? Yes, I will. I will. Give me like 10 seconds. I wanted to just finish this little frame. I think I've been trying my best though. I think my mental health, while I've been more stressed than I've ever been in my life, I have been doing, I would say, a pretty okay job of like making sure my mental is taken care of and that I'm not overdoing it with like streaming and stuff. Because the last thing I would want is to be like, okay guys, after all that work that I've been doing for like the past like 4 months, I'm going on a hiatus. I'd be like, fuck, man. Alright, let me drink some water. And like, I totally get people that take hiatuses that need that break. But like, this is what I do. What a song to start while talking about mental health. Yeah. Billy Tacky massive bag of shit. Oh, shit. The full bag of shit. Oh, shit. All shit. I want to get lit. That's how you feeling. I'm feeling like shit. Ladies. Do you feel like shit? Oh yeah. Fellas, you feeling like shit? Fellas, you feeling like shit? Oh yeah. Feel like shit? Do you feel like shit? Oh yeah. Feeling like shit? Do you feel like shit? Oh yeah. Smile. Alright, and then I have to move these front things down more. feel it in my fingers. I feel it in my toes. All the fuckers seem to harm us, and they've got to go. I'm fine with it. Well with my life through. Every time he sings that lyric, I think he's saying that's so skibbity, and it upsets me. Otherwise engaged. Myself a. And nobody likes you. Guys. Meaningful relationships. We were just wait. Fuck it and maybe anybody, and I hate it. I feel like Biff would do something like this by accident. Loot that body now, loot that body, loot that motherfucker. I have definitely looted a body at inappropriate times though. I've already done that one. Alright, now we do the outfit. I'm gonna copy it on this one first. I don't know what the song is. Okay. And then do we have any more? It's this one's that's down as well. Boop, boop. This needs to go here. What's wrong with this one? Oh, this is the head. Underneath. Where's the shirt? That would be here. And this one would kind of come down like this. Like that. Alright, those are good. And now I need to make the alternate one for one. I'll turn this one off and this one off. Go into here. Be underneath the face though, on top of the body. These arms will take this. And then this would go up like so. This would go underneath. And also boop, boop. I should have posted that the thing is happening soon. I can't remember I said hello earlier, so hello. I don't think you did. Because I remember if I would have said hello to you. And I don't think I said hello to you today. I'm hoping you're having a wonderful day. I hope you're excited to go to Arby's. Oh, a meme I was gonna have. Okay, I'm just gonna say it now because it's just a meme and I don't think anybody's gonna do it. But if anybody donates me, like, I don't know how many subs I was thinking about. I don't know the number. I forgot the number. I feel like I'm gonna say, what, you don't like Arby's? We can make a pit stop on the way. We can make some pit stops on the way for people who don't want to go to Arby's. I honestly, I'm gonna be honest. Did you see the video I sent you for the dice? I don't think I did. I saw the oh, we can watch it real quick. Hold on. What the fuck? Ooh. How'd you get that badge? Taco Bell dice. I want Taco Bell dice. I want Taco Bell dice. I mean, if everyone else is going to Arby's, well, we're all getting clown car, and so, like, if you want something else, just tell me and we can go, you know? You don't gotta force yourself to eat Arby's if you don't want to eat some Arby's, you know? I gotta post about it. I was supposed to post about it. Oh my god, it's supposed to say live now. Oh my god, it's supposed to say live now, Chad. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna start it in a few minutes. So get ready with your Arby's in hand. Get ready. Did everybody get $5 from their parents so we could go? Did you bring your did you get the signed note from your parents that we could go to Arby's today? Talk about Dash would come with a side of queso. Dude, that'd be so cool. Imagine like a little, oh dude, it would be so cool if it was like a dice tower. Where did I put it? Where the fuck did I put it? Why am I in events? I need to be in Twitch promos. I opened it. Okay. I have to change this back to live now because I obviously forgot. For gore. What about those clear dice? What about those clear dice that have queso in them? What the fuck? What do you mean? Is that a thing? Okay. Okay, we're gonna start this in a few minutes. So make sure you got your card signed from your parents and you brought your $15. Kiwi, did you bring your $15? Not a thing yet. That's why Taco Bell should be partner with me. I have a lot of ideas. Saying I'd get so much Taco Bell. Milk club event. Did you get your we're going on a road Rip to Arby's. Okay. I'm gonna do the sparkle because I can. Twitch.tv/maincoow. Streams. Alright. We just gotta trying to convince my wife to get Arby's. She doesn't like it. I don't think Pixels likes Arby either, so like I get it. It's okay, I'm not having Arby's. 25 gifted subs. And I'll get Arby's on stream and I'll eat it. I'll even have a little like hand cam to show me eating it. None of you are gonna do it, which is why I'm saying 25 subs. Hee hee. Okay. Just let me finish this. Let me just finish this and then we'll get into the RP. Be like, come on, wifey, we must get the Arby's. Chat's all get. The rest of chat is going to Arby's. Good. Die. Baked you a pie. Boy, what flavor? Pie, pie, pie. And I'm hungry. Hi, hungry. I'm dead. Okay, hopefully this will work. I'm doing internet. Okay. I apologize that we're a little late. Just give me like 10 seconds. To grab like from this. In time. Die, die, die. I'm so nervous, guys. I'm so fucking nervous. Ah! I'm so nervous, chat. Oh no, it does have to be a whole document. Okay, never mind. I'm a cow. Live. Export. Live. Doesn't have my logo on it. I have to fix that. Fuck. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Hold on just 1 second. I don't think I have my logo on this. My little watermark. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. Forgive me. Ah! Why is it a wet brush? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm vibrating. I'm so nervous. Oh, what am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm panicking. It's making it worse. The world. Okay, not. Their model kind of reminds me of the cover I commissioned for one of my stories. Ooh, that's cool. I very like it. It's very elegant and very pretty. An L on her forehead. 3. Okay. Wait a minute, so much the head gets done. So much to do, so much to see. Wait, what? Update if I get Arby's if I get her boba. That's a pretty damn good trade. That glitters is gold, only shooting stars. Oh. Right, if this all looks good, then we'll get into it, okay, chat? So nervous. Screaming mentally. Oh, they're like 5 frames in between, right? I think I forgot something. It's this frame. The glitters is gold, only shooting stars. Oh. Now it's a rock star. Get your game on. Go play. Hey now. Drop the cover in the fridge. Yeah. All that glitters is gold. We shooting stars. Whoa, that's kind of yeah, that's the same vibe. Yeah, I can see it. I sees it. Okay. Yep, what a concept. I'm gonna use a little myself. I'll use a little change. You stop coming and they don't stop coming. That's to the rules and they hit the ground running. It makes sense not to live for fun. And so the head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see, so much wrong with taking the back streets. You never know if you don't show. You never shine if you don't glow. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on. Go play. Hey now, you're an all-star. Game on. Get paid. All that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars make the mold. Only shooting stars make the mold. Are you guys ready? I feel like I'm gonna throw up. I'm kidding, but I'm not. Alright, wait, we have to have the captioning on now. Okay. Is the captioning working? Captioning enabled, save. Okay. Are you guys ready? Sorry, I fucked it up. Sorry, I kind of fucked it up. I just realized I kind of don't want it to be on full screen. Alright.